Hey everyone, this is Malgazer returning with a interesting another episode for the Final Fantasy XIV main scenario quest. What's interesting is I can see the exit next to the entrance, the text. Never seen that before. Anyway, sorry about that. So last we played, we finished up the post Shadowbringers patch quests, and now we are finally on to the very beginning of Endwalker. This is the most recent expansion that came out about a month and a half, 2 months ago. That caused all of the servers to seize up. Now that has gotten a lot better. We'll go see what all the fuss is about. So let's go ahead and begin with the next ship to sail. Malgazer, do you have some time to talk? I guess. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's Respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers and a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that the said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we find a way to deal with the corrupt divorce surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arnvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet while these threats close to home are a paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvus, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but that has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an eerie fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appeared to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labor to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it seems safe to assume that these events, too, were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We will find a way in Charlian, I'm sure of it. Master Forchanal's comments regarding the final days were curious to say the least. The forum knows more than it is letting on. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mrs. Kryl. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Laminza and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldesion, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The music already got epic this early in the expansion, alright. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I'm eager to see it, of course. Of course, we should set off at once. Sounds like he doesn't want to go. A little hesitant. Get some more nods in, yeah. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. We need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. If this music is any indication of what's to come. Okay. Not as cool as the metal from Shadowbringers, but still very nice nonetheless. That's a teleport now. This is at Limsa, right? Nope, Crystarium. The Arcanist Guild is the nearest Aetheryte Shard to the docks, so that will save us quite a bit of time. Maybe not so much with all the loading going on. What-do-do-do. All right, Tataru. Everyone's here, which is good because I've already paid for your passage and the fee is not refundable. The ship for Charlene should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I have no luggage. Excuse me.
They've almost finished loading our cargo. We should be ready to depart right on schedule, or so I'm told.
Excellent. 'Tis nice to have a smooth beginning to one's journey, at the very least.
It's funny. Master Louis Soir came here on a ship very much like this one. And now, years later, the street urchin he befriended that day is bound for his mentor's homeland. With his mentor's grandchildren, no less.
Aye. 'Tis upon reflection that every twist of time's river and fate's whims are brought into sharp relief. Thou hast matured much in the intervening years. Wert thou not caught attempting to relieve Master Louis Soir of his purse scant moments after he made landfall upon this dock?
Oh, really? Now that's a tale I'd like to hear.
Try to rob him immediately.
Will this be your first visit to Charlian, Sir Estinian? Sir Estinian?
Are we strangers newly met? Why this stiff formality?
I, merely meant it as a professional courtesy, since we are now colleagues in an official sense.
I'd rather you dispense with the sirs, especially in private company. Or I'll be forced to respond in kind, little Lord Alphino.
You've made your point, Estinian. Painfully well.
Better.
I still didn't answer the question.
Are you all right, Tataru? You seem positively distraught.
Distraught? Don't be silly. I think it's lovely that they get to see their homeland. It's just, we're trying to thwart the schemes of an army hellbent on destroying the world. And Once again, I have to stay behind and worry that this is the last time I'll get to see my friends.
Wouldn't that be something if everyone died? I'll bring them back safe and sound, I promise. Or I no sense in worrying about things we're powerless to change. Looks like he does continue being the optimistic good guy.
I'll hold you to that.
What are you gonna do if I fail?
Ah, good. You're still here.
Hori! Kultine! What brings you all this way?
Finally get their voices and their name pronunciations.
We're to assist the Maelstrom and the Kobolds with a lunar primal operation, so we thought we'd see you off before heading to the tower. Flamine and the others wish you all a safe journey, and promise that they'll look after things here until you return. We will too, of course. Aye, we your fellow Scions of the Seventh Dawn will do our part to ensure the end of the world won't happen on our watch.
We're set to sail! All aboard for Sharlayan!
It's time.
Then we must delay no longer. We will contact you the moment we learn aught of value. Wish us luck.
Have a safe journey, and please, be careful.
No. Not gonna be careful. We're gonna go fight some dudes. Wonder what the end boss is going to be, because fighting Emmett Selk was pretty awesome. What can be stronger than him other than Zodiark himself? Unless Xenos gains like a ridiculous amount of power. This Fandaniel isn't one of the unsundered Ascians.
So you venture forth unto the unknown. A fate beyond the horizon that cannot be divined. A future undefined and in flux. In uncertain times, naught but the simplest words of wisdom will suffice. That which lives is destined to die. Love leads to loss. Every beginning has an end. Treasure every moment, every step of your descent.
Descent?
And there, in the depths where souls and stars rest, find your truth.
Where is Sharlayan? Oh, just there? Ooh. Come on. It's loading the intro to the whole city.
Here. Feel. Think.
day has barely dawned, my fellow earlier riser. Though we're hardly alone in that. Envious of those still sleeping soundly, no doubt.
Except for all these people. Yeah. I thought he was just talking about me. He's talking about them too, I guess.
Called out to you, you say? I've heard nothing myself. In any case, I dare say the sea air will do you good. Why not join the others on deck? Charlian should be coming into view at any moment.
Sounds awesome to me. Good luck. But I'm going to walk real slow. Build up the tension. Hello? Hello? You're shiny.
My voice yet reaches you. I am glad.
Are you Heidelin? Sound like her.
Hear, feel, think. And thus do we meet face to face at last. My warrior of light, guided by the crystal.
Why now, Heidelin? Or I can trust your words no longer. I like that second one.
You have visited the first. You have every right to say that. You have gained an understanding of what I truly am, what Heidelin has always been, a primal. Zodiac was created to forestall the apocalypse which threatened the ancient world, and I was brought forth to bind him. Yet 7 times now, those who would orchestrate a return to that bygone era have rejoined a shard to the god I had sundered. The greater his strength grows, the swifter does mine own diminish. The power to draw your mind into the rift betwixt is no longer mine to wield. Yet though it taxes me sorely, I dare not leave these words unsaid. Even bereft of my guidance, you and your companions have accepted the burden of this star's troubled past. A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. Wheels shudder and turn. Conflict looms, monumental, which will decide the fate of this world and all life upon it.
Yes, we know.
When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable,
Which I've done 100 times.
then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
What promise is that?
Keep us to the fore, folks. Charlian's just over yonder.
I will not keep you further. Your traveler's heart must yearn to behold this unfamiliar land. We shall meet again, and soon.
Oh, what a fine morning. Oh, still a bit stiff though.
And a good morning to you too. Taking a look at the island already?
Nope.
Then let's go. Let's go. Might still be room in the prow if we're lucky.
She's more excited than I am.
Ah, the sleepers have arisen.
I was like before you.
There she is. Good old Charlian.
Oh, I see it.
I'd be surprised if you didn't see it. It's kind of big.
Home. Home at last. Well, maybe not in Father's eyes, but we'll manage on our own, if we must.
You do know you're not alone in this, don't you? Indeed. 'Tis as Sir Estinian said. Forget not the comrades who boarded this ship at your side. I prithee.
I prithee. Pray return to the waking sands.
Thank you, my friends. We are ever grateful for your steadfast support.
Upon arrival, we will be disembarking into the heart of Charlian proper. There is no greater concentration of wisdom in all the world. I am confident that somewhere within that center of knowledge and learning, we will find the answers we seek.
Yeah, the answers we seek is someone probably in league with Van Daniel. Who's trying to slow us down. If not a number of individuals. Epic base.
Charlian, the solitary island nation of the northern seas. Where under the watchful gaze of Thaliak, patron deity of scholars, academics hoard all manner of knowledge and secrets. Once, they deigned to accept foreign students into a distant colony maintained in the Dravanian hinterlands. How swiftly they abandoned it once the first Garlean boot set hostile foot on Alamegan soil.
That was a cool looking aetheryte.
So averse to the prosecution of war, these men of wisdom, your would-be allies.
The music is nice. The Northern Empty. Is that the name of the ocean or the sea that we're in?
I thought they'd never let us off the ship. What's next then? Entry applications?
Hopefully they find no cause to deny us.
Hasn't Charlie and Orbit severed relations with foreign powers? Those of us without direct ties, myself included, may be refused outright.
'Tis true that, as a nation, Sharlayan only forms trade agreements with a select few neutral countries. But from a practical standpoint, an island cannot afford to be overly strict with its borders, especially not if that island's people are wholly devoted to the accumulation of knowledge. If one submits the proper paperwork, with satisfactory evidence of identity and intent, then foreigners may be granted entry.
May.
You're gonna get kicked out.
Quite. So let us be absolutely clear on these points before we proceed.
You didn't even think to talk about that on the ship?
The immigration officer will ask for your affiliation and your purpose of visit. Considering Sharlayan's views on intervention, I strongly suggest we avoid any mention of the Scions.
What are we supposed to do under the students of Baldesian?
Crown has laid the groundwork for us to act as associates of the students of Baldesian, and our ostensible reason for being here is to aid in their order's restoration. Grahatir, it might expedite our progress should an actual student be seen at the head of our little group. Would you mind leading the way?
Of course. The immigration officers were this way, as I recall. Shall we?
I don't remember having to deal with immigration officers anywhere else in this world. Even when we went to the Eastern lands. But maybe I don't remember.
Greetings. We've just arrived and are eager to make our way into the city. Would you be so kind as to process our entry applications?
Certainly. I see by your mark you are an Archon.
I am. Grahatir of the Students of Baldesian at your service. I was assigned to an Eorzean survey team, but have returned to assist with the reformation of my order. My associates here will provide additional support.
Very good. I have paperwork detailing your group and its scheduled arrival for today. And it seems some few of your companions are also Archons. If you'll step forward, we can process those applications first.
Can I get a tattoo?
Ishtola rule.
Why do we get to learn her last name, but not the other ones?
See how it glows? That list is etherically linked with a citizen registry kept in the main repository.
I've confirmed your status as Archons and amended your travel records accordingly. Welcome home. Now, who do we have here?
Justinian? Oh.
Alphino Leveilleur.
And Alize Leveilleur.
Denied.
Your applications have also been approved. Having said that, the streets are abuzz with talk of how House Leveilleur's lord disowned his young progeny. And while such personal circumstances constitute no reason to deny you entry, I urge you to avoid exacerbating your present situation. Times are quite troubled enough already.
We shall keep that in mind.
And don't go fight your dad. Yet.
These last two are not Sharlayan natives, but you will find their credentials are in order. An application was made in advance.
Name and occupation?
Champion of Eorzea. Yeah.
And it is a title well earned, I can assure you.
An adventurer by trade is what your documentation indicates. No mention of this particular title. Self-appointed, I take it? Either way, your employer seems willing to vouch for your character, so I shall, albeit reluctantly, grant you entry. Champion.
I gave the wrong answer, but I still get in.
And you, sir?
Justinian Valinor, formerly of the Order of the Knights Dragoon in Ishgard.
Formally, at least. And what, pray tell, is your profession now?
Student of Odesian. Uh-oh, what's up with his face? He's coming with a lie.
If you'll allow me.
Saving the day, Cryo.
My associate is a mercenary, hired for his strength at arms. Surely you are aware of the dangers we often face on our forays into the wilderness.
Mistress Baldessian, if you insist on sponsoring his entry, then so be it. But while I appreciate that desperate times call for desperate measures, I find your choice of company concerning. Be advised that even a single misstep may have severe repercussions for your organization.
Let's call her Mistress Baldessian. Is that her last name? Crow Baldessian?
I have every confidence in my chosen company, dear and trusted comrades that they are. But I thank you for your concern.
Just shakes her head. Whatever. Sorry I'm late. Say it.
Croyle, it is good to see you.
Likewise. Long voyage notwithstanding, you will seem none the worse for wear. There is much to discuss, but this is hardly the place. Let's be on our way, shall we? Oh! Welcome, friends, to Sharlayan.
I'm gonna trust the quest this time and...
As your mercenary, I should hope my welcome includes a generous salary.
I had to say something, Sir Taciturn.
Sir Taciturn. Sometimes the quests send you along the way to get all the Aetheryte shards, so I'm gonna trust them this time. Oh, first things first. What's that? Where are you? Ryle. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Horse Chestnut Weapon Coffer. High level 515. That's better than what I have. What does it look like? Oh, pretty sweet. Okay. Chest piece. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Malkazar and Estinian's first time at Sharlayan, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Bodesian Annex. How does that sound? No. This is a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at Livier Estate as such, but I should take no's around the neighborhood all the same. I had to read that right. Take no's. That doesn't seem right. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise, a quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the 8th Riot Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. Maybe this one doesn't have me go around and explore. I too have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Estinian? My services as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. He likes him. Now Kith. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be a perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. Oh, of course, if you will have me. Come, Malgazar, Charlian awaits. After you, my friend, I am more than content to follow your lead. He's now accompanying me. Keep him aside to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave him by using a different area using Ethernet or putting too much distance behind you. You can also speak with him to part ways. If you wish to accompany you, return and speak with him at the original location. Oh, we get buddies. All set, then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the Last Stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbor. You and your 2 lead companions at Last Stand speak to the crowd at that designated location. You may encounter conversation points, which offer additional topics of discussion. Enter the glowing area and speak with your quest companions to initiate these bonus conversations. Like this one over here. With all the unusual wares coming and going at all hours, I expect the assistance of an intrepid adventurer would be highly appreciated. I see no reason why you couldn't undertake any tasks which pique your interest. You've been cleared by the immigration officials after all. I look forward to the day your name is celebrated in Charlie in the same way it is in Eorzea. This place is called the Peristyle, and it is the first stop for cargo unloaded at the docks. You'll find the usual necessities for daily living and other imports vital to running an island nation, but also supplies that further Charlene's pursuit of knowledge, namely large quantities of books, specimens, and samples. Sorting these sacks certainly seems to keep the attendants busy. I'm not going to really go out of my way to get them. Yep, but we will go to this one. Because that's where our destination is over there. Now that is a sight one can hardly forget, the great statue of Thaliak. As a student of Bodesian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. This path leading out towards the sea is known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar which stands at its end. As you know, the Charlean people prize the accumulation of wisdom above all else. Thus, when Thaliak was chosen as our patron deity, it was more a matter of pragmatism than belief, an alignment of principles, as it were. We may have honored him with the rather impressive sculpture, yes, but our faith is not so restrictive as that of, say, the Ishgardians. Individual Charlians can and do worship the divinities of their choosing. That is a pretty big... Alright, this is our destination. And here we are, the Last Stand. I may have mentioned this before, but although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavor with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is, it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first, taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studium, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost of fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts on an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being hailed as the more impressive items on the menu, not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Totaro has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared dish. We should all stop when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Ah, shall we press on? I clicked too quickly. Alright, so I'm going to go up the stairs. Will they sprint with me? Yes, they will. Funny, they say, you'll lose them if you get too far away. It's like, how can I get too far away? I don't even see an option. I'm gonna grab the Aetheryte first. Look at that thing. That's cool. I love the new Aetherites. Every single expansion that come out in new ones. Now it's over almost 2,000 to go all the way across the Ruby Sea, or the Othard. But Norvrite is still cheaper. An unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it's a perfectly functioning Aetheryte. Remember to tune yourself before you move on. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I would make mention of the Confluence, a research facility located on this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Charlian stands at the forefront of teleportation technology. On deciphering the underlying principles of elegant Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to Agora, Charlian's largest marketplace. That's where our destination is, so I'm going to follow this. Gobo. Some actual experience now. No additional ones? Okay, that's fine. Welcome to Agora, where you can find wares made in Charlian, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the varied research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I could think of no better place to stock up for the next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance or ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetheryte Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to the imposing building at the very top. You gonna jump with me? Ah, it is fall. Nope. Bonus. These little decorative features are typical of Charlian architecture. Aside from the research wing, our headquarters in the Isle of Val were rather simple and rustic by comparison. This is the Nymphaeum, an area dedicated to the blessings of water. For Charlians, water represents more than a life-sustaining liquid. It is a reminder of the great flood which precipitated the birth of our nation, as well as a symbol of the knowledge which flows from Thaliak's divine ewer. This is the reason you see an abundance of fountains throughout the city, and a propensity for utilizing water as a decorative feature in our architecture. I was not wondering about that, but now it's kind of hard to not notice. I'm gonna get the Aetheryte first, and then I'll go in there. Actually, kind of handy now that they've made the changes to this. If you go to this and look at it, it'll tell you which ones you're missing. This grand structure before you is the Rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remain largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival on the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by the knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, a Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councilors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. It's snowing! We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us that this is where those who put ashore with Archon Niankrep built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and oldest Sharlayan families. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbors. That estate belongs to our friends of House Leveilleur. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Sharlayan tour to a close. I hope it has proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldasian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbor, cross the bridge to our right, and then follow the path below the Aetheryte Plaza? Correct. After you, Malkazair. I'm getting Aetherites. You get to hold your horses. There's 2 of them down here. That's the Leveilleur estate. It's huge. I'll take 2. So, following the quest lines got me a few of them. I'm going to go get the rest, though. Instead, go to Baldasian Annex. That's over here. Why does it have me go back there? Oh, because I teleported and I lost them. That's fine. Makes sense. You have lost sight. They can't teleport with me. This music's pretty calming. I like it. This is the day music. I got all of them. Gotta go get him again. Why can't they teleport with me? They don't know how to use these? Yes, follow me. Got them both? Good. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Valdesian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you'll arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for today. We can take you there another time. Inside with you, then. Inside with me. Yes, ma'am. I'm back, and I brought Malkazer and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Graha. It's nice to see you again. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Malkazer. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika Sinjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sinjika, Administration Officer of the Students of Valdesian. He oversees the day-to-day business of the Annex. The champion of Eorzea is featured prominently in Kryl and Graha's reports, so for me, this is akin to seeing a fabled hero come to life. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the tail itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. They will come when we will see the students rise again. Do I get to go to the Isle of Val eventually? Because it got blowed up in Realm Reborn. But first, we must ensure that Talafaroy fall. The Talafaroy, pardon me. Through that door on the left there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you and in the engine, so please feel free to make yourself at home. Is the bed big enough for me? Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed. Far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. It was simply that we were often so busy with research or exhausted from journeys abroad that we would slip into the engine just to steal a few winks, unless they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps might last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Enter the main hall. No triple triad. Oh man. Feeling refreshed and alert, our colleagues should be wandering in soon, so I suggest we stay here and wait for them to join us. Which is going to take as long as this takes this to load.
Pray forgive me. I was delayed.
It's fine. Pray return to the waking sands.
It's fine, Urianger. We're all here now.
Let's get down to business then, shall we? Come what may, we must prevent the Telophoroi's plans from coming to fruition. At present, I see two paths for gathering the information which may aid us in achieving that goal. The first involves an investigation into the change which has come over Sharlayan, not to mention the recent inscrutable behavior of the Forum. As most of you know, the 99 members of the Forum are elected from the general populace. This alone guarantees a plethora of opinion with regards to foreign policy. The Bibliotheques, for example, are a group of conservatives which would have Sharlayan focus on recording history, while remaining entirely uninvolved in the making of it. And at the other extreme, we have advocates for proactive diplomacy and direct intervention. My grandfather Galef was one such member, as was Archon Louisois.
Kryl and Galef. Now I want to play Final Fantasy V again. I've only played it once.
Yet
In a long time.
despite our diverse factions and philosophies, the recent vote to deny Eorzea's request for assistance was unanimous. Even more concerning was the fact that many cited other, more pressing duties as justification for their recalcitrance.
Fortuno's refusal in Gridania had those same undertones. 'Twas as if, having stared unblinking into the face of impending doom, it simply turned away to pursue something more important. But what could that possibly be?
A mystery indeed, and one which I ask for your help to solve. Our future may depend on it.
Maybe they have another way to stop the apocalypse or save everyone from dying.
For our second potential path, it concerns a request made directly to the students of Baldessian. Our organization was founded primarily to study strange and unexplained phenomena the world over. Mysterious relics and ruins, arcane disturbances, and so forth. Compared to our more isolationist Sharlayan colleagues, we have strong connections overseas, namely with scholars and academics who share our passion for the unknown.
A map!
The request in question comes from one such acquaintance, Nadana, an alchemist residing in distant Thavnair. Her missive describes the sudden appearance of a tower, and the subsequent summoning of what I can only assume is a lunar primal. In response to this threat, the Satrap of Radzat-Han, the individual who governs the city-state, has instructed the alchemists to find a means to deal with the spire.
The artisans of that land are heirs to an ancient tradition, one rather unlike that of their Uldan counterparts. 'Tis possible, nay, probable, that they have gleaned truths unattainable by Eorzea or her Far Eastern allies.
They do, in fact, appear to have a strategy in mind, though it will require further research. To that end, they have requested an introduction to a capable warrior shielded by the blessing of light.
Nope, going on vacation.
Assuming we divide our forces to pursue both of Kral's lines of inquiry, then having you join the group heading to Thavnair would seem the obvious choice. But the investigation in Sharlayan is of vital importance as well. Equal, I think, to the Thavnarian one, given that the fate of the world may hinge on the results of both.
Yes, it is quite the quandary. Though it is a great imposition and an altogether too common one, our efforts would be more likely to succeed were you to lead the charge on both fronts.
I am the best. Yeah, let's do it.
You are indeed our champion. As to which task to tackle first, we will defer to your decision. Let us next decide how everyone else might best be assigned.
You can do that part.
As for myself, I shall continue what I've begun in Charlian. I should also like to steal the services of an Archon or two.
And thereby gain access to a greater range of reading material. I will help with that.
Yay, Ishtola!
Allow me to offer my assistance. I have some small amount of experience in the field of research.
Alize and I would also like to help, if you would have us.
Anything to understand even a fraction of what our father and the Forum might be thinking.
That leaves Thancred,
Of course, the more the merrier.
Urianger, and Estinian.
The rest of us will make the journey to Thavner.
Even though the top researcher
Thoughts? Objections?
is Urianger. He like researches everything for us.
Passed through Thavner on my way to infiltrate the Empire, and though I'm not qualified to give a guided tour, I did gain a sense of where things lie.
I'll be happy to have you along then. So for this group, it will be you, me, and Urianger.
Give me a moment afterwards, and I'll supply you with all the details of Nadana's request. Consider this hall our rendezvous point once our respective tasks are complete. May our investigations prove fruitful.
And quick. Let's see how fast we can get through these. If this is any indication, I know it's just the intro, but some of these quests take quite a while. Alright, what level is that? 515, and I already have 530, so I'm going to leave it. So, okay. Much like last time at Shadowbringers, it doesn't really matter what order you go in. But it does make sense in a more linear sense to do, it was more sense to do Alize's second. But let's see. Come on, someone has some answers here. You know what? It doesn't matter, I guess. I'll just pick one. Let's go to Thavner for Rads at hand. I have Krau's instructions in hand. If you are ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavner before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krau was of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk at the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. What Confluence, thou sayest? I'm afraid so, my friend. Uh-oh. We get some backstory for Urianger finally? Thou wilt recall the hunt for ice hearts, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moonbreda. Moonbreda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? Oh, I hasn't gone to see her parents. I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last, as it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus I have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice, and yours alone. Thanks, Justinian. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kit, or Kitty, or Kite. I'll leave that one for later. I'm not going to start both of them at the same time. Menda! Why can I finally start getting some money from these? It's kind of tiring not having anything. Oh, it's not even that far. Like you get like the first million or whatever it is from like from A Realm Reborn, and then you get like nothing the entire way through and just spend it all on Aetherites or something. Well now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl, of the students of Baldesion. We seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. The test subjects. Test subjects? I don't know about that. I'll swim. Welcome, welcome. Exactly, test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an Aetherite, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the lifestream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of Aetherite teleportation. But what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an Aetherite without being attuned to it? I've done it before, with Y'shtola's help, a couple times. To follow Lady Iceheart and to go to Titan. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been? For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of Aetherite that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these Aetherites, but the Aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of Aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedlamad. Yedlamad? Okay. A port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Rats at Hand, and indeed, we owe much of this breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these Aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel ether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these Aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Mr. Skrull truly knows how to pick them. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blovita not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. Whatever project they're on. That's the wrong door. Of course it was. I have to try to find the big door. A project. Ooh, I wonder what it is. Spin. Cool. Deadly small boy.
Right, we're all set. Just the four of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnir.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects.
I like her earrings.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please. Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
I'm sparkly. No.
Oh, and one last thing.
Don't die.
You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
That's why we're test subjects. There we are, Jay. Hmm? Thancred. No, stop. Watch we miss.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads at Han. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay for a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
And what foe is that? Ugh. How long is it gonna last? Justinian.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Rum, please.
a note with Kryle's instructions.
Oh yeah?
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
I'll stop him. You manage to get yourself your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? I'm worried about Estinian right now. Can I not attune? Aether sickness. There's Estinian. Can I move, please? Ah! I should probably talk to Estinian first. Oh well. Oh, it's an elephant person. Oh, I can mount. It kicks me off the mount. Actually, out of curiosity. Yeah, where's the nearest one? You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with ether sickness. By the Minutia, a traveler. I mean, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special armor lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavner, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low price of 19,800 gil. Or not 1, but 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. The price is high road robbery. And you want to say as much to Estinian, but you realize only words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand by Estinian and, using gestures, deny that deal is fair. Deny. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. The merchant is swindling me. Wah! Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. The confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take some of the others and get some rest. How about you give me 1 and you give the other 2 for the other guys? I'll be back after I explore the town. Funny that he's bad with money. Ah. Run! Dot dot dot. Here you go. Here's some Amrit Lassi. Settle unruly stomachs. Praise with the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Sotaro's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I should have drank mine first, so I can walk over there without getting sick again. That was smart. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back in your feet, I see. Thy hair. I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, so short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. How much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steel, I was told. There's nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hold a candle to you. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't it seem excessive here? Are all Hunnish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Archer to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnar as its dominion, the nation of Rats at Hand hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arcasadara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hunnish cultures have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Rats at Hand, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, the opportunistic pricing is rampant. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, aye. We've not to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlamad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Maybe the fact that there's a doomsday tower on the horizon and everyone's like, we're gonna die soon, let's just charge as much money as possible. Yes, I'll get that in a second. Gemstone trader. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Malgazir, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the 8th right. Off-putting, though, the mere sight of it may be. Yeah. What did I find by inspecting a crate of fruit? The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling, as if they had been left too long. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby isles with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity, though no one's coming into town. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat, like Kalzal. I do not envy his position. Better to be left alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild building across the water from here. Anything over here? Okay. And nothing shiny. Oh, another person right there. Okay. Well now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naranair. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, it had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the Radiant Host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep spinning up monstrosities. The city has defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for not wanting to take the risk. Gah, but this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things cause all I do, which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are... I am eavesdropping. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsuya, and I'm here to see Kazal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Okay. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matsuya, a fisherman of Akiali, nearby village. I sell my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried, and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. You know what? I'll leave those for like when I get up here with like a healer or something. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I'm a champion. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, a portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've ever only dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? I guess. If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events that follow cannot be skipped. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedlamad. I'll observe you and learn. I want to be an elephant person. When is that going to be a playable race? Yes. Greeting, friends. How far are you of late? Greetings to you. I suppose I'm well enough to be given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbed whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remained there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. It's too risky out here. Maybe I ought to move to the city too. Well, I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. No place safer than the city, of course, but everyone up and left. What would happen to Yedlamad? Dangerous though it may be, I'll keep doing what I've always done, to the extent I can. I understand. Were it me, I'd probably carry on doing what I do best as well. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Oh no, a fishmonger. Do you have your goods with you? If so, I'd like to buy some. Like me, you're doing your part to keep things normal. I respect that. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Chalice cod. Delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Yay! One sale done. You learning anything, Matsuya? Really? Just on the edge. Oh no! Just falling into the water was enough to make me lose him. Come on. Coming? Oh, okay. I see. Can't really ride because I'll lose him. I can sprint though, but riding not so much. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some Amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many Amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed a little chat. It took my mind off troubles for a moment. Aww. That was a fail. Nothing else you left with a positive impression. Let's move to the north side of town, shall we? Wonder if you're supposed to fail. Can't be sympathetic with everybody, I guess. Come on. Oh, man. Forgot again. I can't ride. This is going to take the longest. Because I dumbed. Can't you meet me at the Aetheryte? I should give you a warning. Warning, warning. You're about to run out of sight. Let's walk. Actually, you can sprint, right? There we go. Watch one of them actually want you to be like hawking the fish. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh god, my stomach. You have a sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm worried to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. A fresh fish will set your stomach. It might have the freshest of all. Food is the last thing I need now. Go and sell your fish to someone else. Aww. Timing is everything, yes? Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was a truly eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. I wonder what happens if you get off any of them, or all three of them. I guess it doesn't really matter. Which is funny, because it's like if I walk away from him, he'll just teleport there. So I'll see you down there. Judge Bloodletter. Shall we continue where we left off? Blah, blah, blah. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. Oh, even though I failed. You managed to sell one of the three people who approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Though there's only so much I can do alone. I hope things will return normal for Kazal soon. I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? Sorry, Matsuya, I truly am. But for now, you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. I want to see if there's anything about, like... Yeah, it doesn't matter if I fail. I don't know, I guess it doesn't matter. I think I got that off in time, excuse me. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think it would be to such an extent. Or another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use their faith, the faith of their hapless thralls, to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Talaferoi. That Matsuya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If summoning is his perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that the Arkasodara would be their primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We better go after him. Akiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Krau's acquaintance is, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Searching for Matsuya. You do not see Matsuya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. Okay, good. Do not see Matsuya from here either. No, leave me alone. Help! Somebody help! Matsuya's voice, and it came from the north. Ooh. I'm gonna ride in all cool. You're not aggro to me. Good. Kaboom! Confitio! Battle music's pretty cool. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We had heard that the Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know, the ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. Is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower? What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are, but I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue, it means. But they're not true divinities, they're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, unless we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, God-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge, and fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Heck yeah. Wonderful. Let's follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. Why don't you just go with us? Instead of just taking off. He just said don't travel alone. So, 'tis a simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we'll be able to save them. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. Akyali. Well, if that's going to be a dungeon, how is it going to work with the trust? Because you guys don't have the echo. North. Can I even get there? I'll just pick it up as we go along. Yep, about right. A blue quest. I missed it. Oh well. That's fine. Alright, where is this thing? Can I see it without having to hit the button? Dang it. There it is. Did they knock it down to like 4 of them here as well? Nope. They have the full run. That's just kind of weird because when I was doing Shadowbringers before, I could have sworn that there was a full 10. And then with the update, there was far less, far fewer. Yeah, see, look. They all went back down except for the new one. That means I just got to pay more attention. Okay. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means White Beach, and there isn't much here to save that. But please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as sad as it happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into 2 groups. The Manusia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Didn't really tell me much there. Except for the 2 types. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Hey, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusia and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusia, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusia coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the 2 factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusia have worn animal faces, and the Murga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. I'm going to fight all 3 of them. They are Minucia. You heard all about them already, yes? 3 sisters. The Magus sisters? The center one is eldest, Cinderuva, goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right, in the middle sister, Sandaruva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so does beloved by wares. Cindy, Sandy, and Mindy. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion of the Minucia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gajah's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arcasadara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Razat Han, forged a covenant with a dragon deity, or dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that, if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nadana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Did you say you're going to see Nadana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh yeah? That's a cool thing right there. Yeah, really, the nearest one is 355 kilometers to the northeast. Trees. My greatest nemesis. Actually, I'm going to grab this Aetheryte real quick, and I'm going to go see what this blue quest is. almost like it's not worth it using your chocobos when you're doing story quests, because 90% of the time it runs out while you're in a cinematic. It's only good for fates and stuff. Yeah, buddy. Come on. At least want the speed up. You know, I may take a little bit of time as well to run around and get Aether Currents, if there's so many of them now. Holy Sheltron. Wounded. $96. Is it up here? There it is. All right. Thank you. Where's the next nearest one? Up in that area that I can't get to yet. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. Give me the thing. Be another one of those situations where it's like, here, you have access to half of the Aether Currents the first time you come through. And then you get the other ones another time. Okay. Back to the story. What? There's a lot of dead bodies around. Are they dead, or is everyone just knocked out, or what? Sorry I walked by you and then took off for 20 minutes.
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
And the breathing?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow.
Then he kills him. I am the big bad.
People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Well, dang. I got him right up.
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here.
Is this like drugs?
Now I can continue my experiment.
Oh.
Many thanks.
Experimental materials.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit. Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryles, the warrior of light we've been waiting for.
This is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
Oh, it sounds like he imprisoned the dragon.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory.
Run!
Cease your shoving, or so help me.
He's so scared.
Oh dear, your poor companion. the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
And it's not raining.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent a request to your mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Chocobo keep. Not even on the map. I'm glad I saw it. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist with ours. Though Cryle herself was tied up with another investigation, Malkzarin is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar, and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap Betis alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your Blessing of Light come in. Whatever is, leave it to me. What exactly is you need me to do? Better than having blood drawn. What exactly is you need me to do? Nothing complicated, I assure you. We ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so for our own safety, I would first test how well your blessings shield you, or blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Urion J and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all worked to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We'd be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Just the way up. That's... I have to leave town first. Okay. The perfumed rise. Now the next one's not even close, but this area is pretty big, so like any other zone, I guess. Drunken Deepa. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I gave you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many sleepless nights, the Drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Oh. It just bounces along. Look at it. Sorry, Chocobo. What's a qual? You're gonna be tempered. Ready to skip? Do I have to talk to you again? Oh, okay. Please stand back. How far back do you need me to stand? Okay. Ready to discharge. Okay. You are struck by a powerful blast of ether, but suffer no ill effects. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. We're resuming test. Please follow me. Can you lead me to an aether current? That'd be awesome. No ill effects. Subject stomach and bowel integrity holding. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Why are you leading me in circles? I was standing back. You are struck by yet another powerful blast of ether. The blessing of light appears to be keeping you safe from harm. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming the test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. You are struck with the strongest breath of ether, but survive completely unscathed. Etheric exposure test concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deep off your hands. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, though we have exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I'd like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we, Arcasadara, travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as an escort? I'd compensate, for your troubles, of course. I should be getting 10,000 gil per request, not 1,400. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kadya's footsteps. It is situated in the road which runs east of the Great Work. This one always makes it look like it's going slow, even though I'm going just as fast as any of the other ones. Oh, come on, I clicked on you. There we go. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Malkazar. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sister has asked you to come with me. We're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. Oh. Can I even get to it from over here? I'm gonna go see if I can get to this ether current. I discovered a new location. All right. Yeah, I don't think I can. Ah, this is probably the entrance to that area. No, actually, it looks like it's just a... we'll see. That's a cool looking creature. And here we are, Kadya's footsteps. Kadya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that the spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry.
Yes, that would be Radzat Han. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing.
What can you tell me of the satrap?
Well, he is the most important person in Radzat Han.
Is he now?
Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the warlike Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjor from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves.
The Garlemald?
It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict, and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates the solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad-Han to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our country.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh, something. Owen?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail?
Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans. And yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned. For we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
What's up with your voice? I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? Malgazar, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Even less money than last time. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. You are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidana. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? When last I looked, there was plenty. I suspect that was before Oriage told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Malgazar, though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and etherical conductivity, It has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull Grounds, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose upon you once more? Yeah, let's do it. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zenuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you, as it so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May I borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nadana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. What's a Hamsa? Is that this game's mounts? Hey, Blue Quest. Yoink. I guess seems to have to go up. Right? Oh, there it is. No. All the way back to the footsteps. That's fine. I'll be back, Varshan. Don't want to sully the story with a little bit of this in the middle. Which I'm doing enough of that as it is, right? Inspect designated locations. This place is pretty. These like stairs. I have to jump up these. It's getting spooky. Alright, so you're all the way back there. I'm going to test something real quick, because the nearest Aetheryte is like... I guess it's that way, but... There's something over here. Can I jump down? Nope. Trying to skip sections entirely. Not allowed. Alright, teleport back. See, we have some watchers out there. How's everyone doing? Can I go down? Bum 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 bum. Here are Hamsa. They look like dodo birds. If the creature looks familiar, it is because they are close kin to Eorzean dodos. Yep. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Thavner, and many hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remains as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us make first for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You ready? Are you all ready? Then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Aw, automatic. That's so awkward. Let us be off. If I haven't ridden dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. I can tell. That spectacular formation stretching out over the water is called Khadga, a word which means sword. This sword, legend holds, was wielded by the Manusia against the Murga before it was cast down at conflict's end. To the left, and requiring no introduction, is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there. Though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff, the outpost itself is on the beach. I can see it. And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, well, who should it be but young Varshan? On an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women, the Radiant Host, for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these few days, this remains the front line of battle, no place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap at foreign lands. Wherever he may be now, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Namdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Hanish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Malchazar Earthbuyer of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you can share. You two, bring Varshan the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Talk to the soldiers. All 5 of them. What was that? Weird. Only 3. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die and take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, but be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions, on the 2 occasions they have come in force, we have to pay a heavy price. What are the towers of in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Is there a Aether right nearby? Oh man, pretty dang close. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far in the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, then our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Barashan! Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Rad's Hand ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, we'd best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you'll arrive before you know it. Brief though it is, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. Players want to return home, it reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated? Blah, blah, blah. Yes. Oh, I get to control it. Why can't I just... Why couldn't I have just ridden there? Question is, can I get the Aetherite on the Hamsa? Or the Aether Current? I'm going to do an experiment. Hopefully it doesn't fail, because it'll be a huge waste of time. I'm going to do it without the Hamsa. I have a feeling that I need to have the dang thing. I usually have to go out of my way anyway to get these, so I guess it's not that big a deal. Alright, where's the way out? Just jump out? Yep. Yep, I have to be on a Hamsa. Oh well. Let me see if I can find this one. This one says southeast. I can see you. Dumb. All right, well. Ooh. Veterinarian giraffe. No, it says south. Wonder if I can get this one. Yep, there it is. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and move on now. It's enough little sidetracking. Gonna take me a minute. Unfortunately. No, I don't want to fight you. What the heck is that? Is that a hunt target? Yep. So this is the actual hatchery that was destroyed. All right. Back to it, I guess. What a pain. Endoxe. Looks so uncomfortable. Just being thrown around. No sooner do you have your destination than the hamster dashes off. What? Why was that necessary? This is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zen Yuha. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to build the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest Giant Skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. When you deliver it, let the good folk of great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Welcome back, Melchizedek. Dare I hope you have the Giant Skull? Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype. One that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, when spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
Whisper, whisper, whisper.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
I saw him. Daniel.
Fandaniel, are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds. This is the one.
At long last.
Kaboom!
Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments. We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Can you make a few million of those?
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
Yep. So was the cure too.
For kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place. To accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
Let's hope it doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
Someone has to test it.
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
That's why you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Do I have to travel all the way back to that outpost? She's just gonna walk. But you weren't supposed to go by yourself. Inconsistencies. Here we go, all the way back to the outpost. That's 5, right? Yeah, 5 out of 10. That's usually how they plan it. I got all the ones that I have access to, then I'll get that later, I guess. Pretty big boat. This is a rather finer boat than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray that it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now. It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could.
Yeah, sure. While we're here, let's go get into a fight.
far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Why am I so far back?
A few more steps.
I'm like even further back now.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be. Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
What did you expect to happen? Ugh.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
What are you talking about?
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met. Day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Hamon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Armon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth, majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
How morbid. And it's gone.
So easily distracted. I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primates. attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see you.
He's not my favorite. I'm his favorite. Ah, you are returned, but where is Mr. Sonata? Unused at Preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. At least I can teleport there. Excuse me. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? Well, it was from Daniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nadana and the other captives. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nadana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Nadana. Sob. Can you answer me this? Though Nadana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nadana proved at peril to herself. So let's make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. I, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of this tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nadana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Res at Hand for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between lands can only be the benefit of all. And it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Do I have to walk there? Sometimes these games. Let's inflate the length of the game by making it so you have to travel a lot. Later, Vajral Angula. We actually get to go into Razatan and actually like get 8th rights and stuff. They're kind of looked ahead, and there isn't it's like a whole different city. Oh, look, another hunt target, Elan. That looks like a good gate right there. If really to go out one side and come out the other. I think there's only one entrance, so I don't know. Maybe it's a lot like back in Calusia when you got the giant elevator working. All present, then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you may have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times.
A vast rock squats upon Favnir, and to its stony surface clings the city of Ruds at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things.
Why do we always walk so slow? I thought we were in a hurry.
Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside.
Let's take 20 minutes to head inside though, because we walk slow.
Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Watch it be someone we know.
Ah, splendid. Most splendid.
Nope.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, satrap of Radzat-Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Not everything went to plan.
I assume you speak of Nidana. A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past.
The dragon.
Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
Dragon music.
Was assistance to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me. Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's spawn, I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive were the Aura. Adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat-Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as satrap is just...
A charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the great worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end, would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who joined me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within the semblance of flesh. The body before thee is but a simulacrum, constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my wit."
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warm-blood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Razatan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions. And should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales. I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go, steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Sharlayan is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Razatan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
what about the food? That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done it, be sure to tune to the 8th right here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Can I get back in? So, awesome. That's cool. 1600. After this, I'm going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Let's go turn this in first. Might as well. Teleport 2 feet. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavna, we're back in chilly Charlian. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We needed the battle to come. Now then, your investigation here remains, but when that's over, we can take stock of all the developments and discoveries. Perfect. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and take a break. I will be back. And I am back. Let's go ahead and continue here with the other section of quests where we're trying to investigate what's going on with old Charlian. An unsettling change has come over Charlian, but together we will divine the underlying cause for the forum's callousness. As I mentioned before, however, questioning the counselors directly is a fruitless endeavor. They seem to have already come to a consensus as to what and how little they are willing to divulge. Which is why I began scouring Charlian's archive of historical records for any hint of a connection to the final days. Suffice it to say that progress has been slow. There are only so many dusty pages one can skim in a day, but now that I have this band of willing reinforcements, the search should proceed all the swifter. Let us reconvene outside that Numenon, shall we? Exit the annex to the right, and you'll find the archives on the western edge of the woods. In the woods, you say? Is it still in town? Seems so. Come on. There you are. My directions are easy enough to follow, I hope. In any case, you stand now before the doors of the Numenon, Charlian's grandest collection of books and tomes. This building is actually only an entrance, and one of many at that, for the archives of Numenon extend deep beneath the surface like the roots of a tree. The vast halls of the Great Goba Library pale in comparison to Numenon's endless maze of subterranean chambers. Any citizen of Charlian is free to enter and peruse its shelves, well, most of its shelves. Only Archons are afforded access to certain restricted vaults. I have dispatched Y'shtola and Raha to investigate those. Meanwhile, Alizé and Alphino will help me continue my search for the stacks open to the general public. Your status presents more of a problem. As a non-citizen, you are only permitted to browse the first floor here at the entrance. Even so, there should be a number of books which touch upon Charlian history or foreign policy. Your task will be to find and study the relevant publications. I promise you, a working knowledge of the subjects will make it far easier to spot the sort of clues we're looking for. Let us be about it, shall we? I've told the others to meet us at the stone benches over there once they've found some promising tomes. Happy reading. What stone benches? Those ones? Seems so. Brightly colored book. Story of Charlie. Long, long ago, in an island in the Northern Sea, there lived a Rogadan man by the name of Neonkref. He was a student of astrology, and he divined that a flood of terrifying proportions would soon sweep over the lands of Eorzea. So it was that he built a gigantic ship, assembled a crew, and set sail for the imperiled realm. The flood arrived as foretold, and to their horror, the strangely churning waters drove the people towards the ocean. It was there, however, that Neonkref's crew hauled them aboard his ark. But the danger had not passed. A towering wave approached, threatening to smash the vessel to pieces. With only moments to spare, he wove a mighty spell of teleportation and shifted the entire ship to safety atop Abalathia's spine. Refugees from the surrounding regions huddled there alongside them, but it was not long before the disputes over the dwindling supply of food led to violence and bloodshed. Saddened by the sight, Neonkref gathered to him his crew and his grateful passengers and abandoned the ark to those reddened peaks. They journeyed to the coast, where they built a new ship, intent upon returning to the northern seas. They landed on the beach of an island and settled upon that very spot. The settlement prospered and grew, and in time it became the city of Charlian we live in to this day. Wait, what? Hang on a second. Isn't that over here? That like that weird ship? Isn't it in the peaks? Yeah, right there. That is it. Neonkref's Hope. I was wondering, because I'm like, there's only one ship that I've seen that's up on like a hill or a mountain, and that's it. Cool. But I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're building another ark. Roads of Old, the colony. Many years ago, on the banks of the Thaliak and the Dravanian hinterlands, a Charlian colony once thrived. This settlement was originally established as a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea in the year 1311 of the 6th Astral Era. The scholars dispatched to Eorzea found the facilities wanting, and their demands encouraged a gradual expansion in structures and services. As rumors spread of a growing community of academics, the area was further inundated with Eorzean students, hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Charlians. 50 years later, the Forum passed a motion to recognize what had become a flourishing town as an official Charlian colony. Eorzean residents took to calling the colony itself Charlian, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions returned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Charlian inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Great Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned colony and gave it yet another name, Idleshire. Following chapters go on to introduce the most prominent features of Idleshire. This book does not appear to contain additional information on the Forum or cover the history of Charlian Motherland in greater detail, so that's not the one I want to look at. So that was irrelevant. I need to find relevant subjects. The voice of growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Charlian, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. A larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resolutions. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of 6th Astral Era, it was ultimately decreed that Charlian would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from among their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was a forum as we know it today conceived and created. Excuse me. Blue covered book. Introduction to the Heavens. Have you ever gazed at the skies above and contemplated the mysteries contained therein? I speak not of shifting cloud patterns, but the vastness beyond, of the sun and the twinkling tapestry of the night. Some think the dome above us is but a finite space, yet amongst the leading thinkers of our age, one scholar's depiction of a boundless sea of stars has firmly taken root. Alas, this heavenly sea remains an unreachable, unknowable destination. There are few indeed who can explain, in satisfactory detail, why our own star is believed to revolve around the sun. It was the technologists of Alec who came closest to understanding the laws which govern the starry abyss. It was they who launched Dalamud and sought to expand beyond our earthbound existence. Having read their ancient ambitions, I wonder, has your interest in this field study waxed or waned? What if I were to tell you that the eternal constellations were arranged differently in distant past, that their positions continue to shift almost imperceptibly, but measurably, as we journey into the future? Would it shock you to learn that the stars drift further and further apart, and may indeed do so forever? Or are you eager to learn more? It's the wrong subject. Blah, blah, blah. Well-worn manual. Let's see what this one says. Forever 20 summers. My beloved seekers of knowledge, have you ever put learning before your health and neglected to feed and rest your body as you should? I too once engaged in such foolish practices, but one night, engrossed in philosophical study, I had an epiphany. For all the world's mysteries that drive us to reckless abandon, we have so very few years of life in which to achieve our goals. Thus do I share with you this mantra: I am forever 20 summers young. The number itself is unimportant. You could be 19 or 23 or 40. Whatever age you are when you discover this manual, let that be the age you aspire to remain. Through mindful, healthy living, will you extend the time available to spend upon your chosen research, another day, another moon, another summer, to grasp the greater truths you pursue. In the pages that follow, we will explore the secrets of maintaining one's physical condition from a biological, ethereological, and arcane viewpoint. Wrong subject. Okay. How many more are there? One there. Are there any more? Well, it's the last one, so hopefully it's the right one. During the chaos of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, Archon Neon Krep, founder of Charlian, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern Empty, he instructed his people thus: renounce the ways of war, and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Charlians took to heart the words of their savior, and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture became bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth and coin. And the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Charlian would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war, and with knowledge deliver the world. Head to the rendezvous point and await your companions. So that was the last one. Again, it had to be. There was the only one left to click on. What do you guys got for me? The voice acting, maybe? Hopefully. Sorry, were you waiting long? I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alphino and Crow should also be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mention the final days specifically. We have no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside, but it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alphino and I were to return to Charlian, we were not allowed to be allowed access across the threshold. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this rift one day, I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family, or do they not live here in the city? Ah, well, my situation is somewhat complicated. I was raised in Charlian, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvos, the coastal region opposite the island of Thavnair. The Allagans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship, brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as laborers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign, and when the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes, some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amanus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices have been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with an Allagan eye, I was given over to the custody of the friends and the students of Baldesion, who had me registered as a Charlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted waifs and rescued orphans are more common amongst Charlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with the equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, that's a good one, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. 'Tis exactly why I have such a love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the forum's stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway on the end of these books, Malchezair. More company should be arriving any moment now. Wait again at the Who even says that? Wait at the designated location again. Again? We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings are quite slim indeed. Mistress Kryl has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral Calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may have overlooked critical details. Alright, let's do it. Alright, thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first, what kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? Complete destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashions. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, and indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If only the arts of creation had survived until present day, we might have something substantial to analyze. To the best of our knowledge, however, those techniques were not preserved or passed on. Yastrola surmises that the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals promulgated by the Ascians. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah yes, the Amartines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear the sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of the madness. But it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, not even Amarot was spared. The ground was crying out, you say. To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I'll have to speak with one of the Numenon's mammoths and ask after any books which make mention of such a sound. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? They summoned the Zodiarch. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart. So many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiarch brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Lives sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiarch, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Vana and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. Thank you both of you for the detailed review. I feel much more confident now in my understanding of events. With all that freshly in mind, it does make me wonder what the Talafroi truly mean when they speak of bringing back the final days. We've seen what they were doing in these towers of theirs. Is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst? Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation magics? Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech, a convenient metaphor for the scale of the destruction they plan to unleash? Well, but this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return to our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Y'shtola, but this time we begin studying these research papers. This one's taking a while. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Urianger learned of the source's reflections from the Garon oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, that tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Gelbu Library. 'Tis even less likely that the knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horrors of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be the Archons or Counselors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Yet when you confronted Master Fortuneau with the knowledge of the Talafroi and their machinations, he scoffed at the suggestion that they posed a threat. He seemed adamant that the Forum would know the final days were truly upon us, which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the Forum's behavior, it is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. You weren't thinking of leaving, were you? There's plenty of work for everyone. Read! Let's go read outside in the snow. You labor for what feels like ages as Y'shtola's research assistant. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a mammoth at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. We might be occupied with other research for quite some time. Bum, 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 bum. Ready for a tea break, Malkazir? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand out of the harbor, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables, and I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. If you insist. Come on. Bedtime bear. As busy as ever, I see. However, how very Charlene that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this card gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions to gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? Blah blah blah. Alize is now accompanying you. What is it? Can a man not enjoy a moment of private respite? If you're looking to share a table, then I respectfully request that you look elsewhere. You misunderstand, sir. We're simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear, and... Wait, you're the House Levier girl, aren't you? And this man of you is obviously a foreigner. I'd heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I'll thank you to leave me be. I've not to say the likes of you. Well, I must apologize. 'Twas foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come, Malchazar. Let's kick in their feet. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Levier. My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuno that I was helping you... I see. We're very sorry to have bothered you. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mr. Salazar I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of The Last Stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studio. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alphino had set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately there's been gossip about your father disowning the pair of you. Everything alright at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Well, it is House Levier. No matter how discreet Master Fortuno may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlene has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What, like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. I wish there was more I could do to help. Jink, there is. Nope. Maybe there is. You're a visitor to Charlene, aren't you? Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, but with none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? Let's do it. That's the spirit. Pay attention now, and I'll explain where each of these dishes needs to go. The tea is set for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelet is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisla. He's sitting on the outside table with one of her friends. Behind them, you should see a Makode gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Got all that? If you're not sure, just ask and I'll explain again. Good luck. The tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talafa who? I'm sorry. I've never heard of them or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you want to hear about the ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. This little one of the omelet. Oh, finally. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telophoroi? Ah, yes. I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. Both of these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood. Best stay out of it, I say. The four made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Oven-baked lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered to afford this heavenly dish. Final days. This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is? They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world procuring things that we haven't gotten here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. So a name for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, the gleaning is the most meticulous and demanding profession. If these Talafroi made good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbor and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Any trouble with the customers? Were you able to get anyone talking? Of course, it's always the last one. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dick had nothing to offer, and he's the best sort of gossip of the city. If the Forum does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. Here, that cup of coffee I promised. Well, let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. This should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight.
When our father disowned us, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It wasn't until much later that his words began to sink in that I began to feel the weight of what it meant. Do you remember when the decision was made to come to Charlian? Grahas said that the Forum was determined to keep us in the dark, and that Father's venomous performance was part of that strategy, to keep us at arm's length. Perhaps it was. Father argued with Grandfather on many occasions, but never with such dismissive contempt. And when he demanded what justifies the sacrifices we make in war, I honestly didn't know what to say. Neither did Alpha know, I know, but never for one moment did I believe we had made the wrong choice. So all I could do was fume silently. It was only afterwards that I realized how childish I had been. How being stubborn and self-righteous must run in the family. If I could have just mustered a civil response, then things might have turned out differently. They must be ferrying goods to Labyrinthos.
What's that?
A vast complex beneath the island. Charlian is famous for archiving knowledge from around the world. Well, that knowledge is not preserved exclusively in dusty tomes and desiccated samples. Our living library, comprised of all manner of flora and fauna, is housed and studied within that underground facility. Still, that did seem to be an unusually large shipment.
When I lived here, it was rare to even see such cargo transported by boat. Wait! Didn't you hear something in the last stand about the gleaners coming and going more than usual? Well, I think they're the ones we saw manning those boats. And gleaners answer to the Forum. If the appearance of the Telophoroi prompted this sudden burst of activity, then Labyrinthos may hold a clue as to what the Forum is planning.
Let's go for a swim. Come on. We should tell the others what we learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to the Numenon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cups back. Come on, there we go. Clicking is hard. Welcome back, Malcazar. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? I haven't got to explain anything yet. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. Explain, explain. Explain, explain, explain. It makes sense. The Gleaners take the requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in Gleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly gives the impression of an overarching plan meant being put into motion. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Yashola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Malcazar and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Charlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so occupied by a duty of such pressing importance, they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzir's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it is a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. A fine idea. Anything would be better than burying my head in a dusty book. I'm glad you approve. You won't be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are some more subjects I'd like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind any borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That'd be great help. Thank you, Raha. On with my green screen. What the heck? Got turned. I need to fix that. One moment. That looks better. Let's head on the stairs over there and I'll show you where the entrance is. Ready? Labyrinthos is not too far from here, but you might find the path a bit disorienting. I'll take the lead, so stay close. Alright, let's go. Really? Can we go any faster? Again. Yeah, we should really move along. Or not, because you're walking. Ugh. How far off is this thing? Do I see it on the map anywhere? Now we run. Try to keep up. Thank you. Up here, okay. Can I just teleported? Ruststraw, not far now. Here we are through this door and down the stairs. You did remember to attune to the shard back there, didn't you? It will make your life much easier if you need to come back in a hurry. Otherwise, we should keep moving. Try to make up for the time where she was walking here. Grab this chocobo porter along the way. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone on the lift. And down we go.
Deep beneath the scholar's city shines a false sun within a fabricated sky.
This place is huge.
In any age exist those who consider the floor an extension of their bookshelves, and this vault's architects surely belonged to that special breed. If the stack grows too high, start a new one. If no room remains, then make more rooms. A simple solution at first, and then bit by bit, a profound transformation. Knowledge, buried beneath knowledge, a growing, creeping labyrinth from which there is no escape.
Labyrinthos.
Not what you expected. I must admit, the artifice is very convincing.
but I assure you that we are beneath Sharlayan itself. The breeze you feel, the flowing waters you hear, all created by the hand of man.
The island is volcanic, you see, and once upon a time this great hollow must have been a reservoir for magma.
What if it becomes one again?
It was discovered some 400 years ago, at which point it was repurposed as a storage facility for scrolls and samples and such. Renovations have continued, with nigh on no interruption to this day, with the lower levels still undergoing expansion.
Aren't those people gleaners?
Aye, judging by their dress. They are said to work alone as a rule, but 'twould seem that rule is being enthusiastically broken today. It may be as you suspected, that they are engaged in a task apart from the norm.
Let's spread out and get some answers then.
What's going on with you, Crow?
Did you call to me just now?
Hmm.
No. How odd. I must be a bit dizzy from the descent. I'll be fine, I'm sure. Let's get to work, shall we?
Massive. Okay. You even get flights in here. You're going to help our or give me more headaches because you don't have the look of a gleaner. I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues is so exhausted, he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have to pack of marmots running loose. Let me think. The Ria seeds should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, snowberry 1060, or were they 1061? Why are you getting seeds? Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for Girabani carrots? What then? Yep, so again, it sounds like they're working towards an arc of some sort. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damn it if I know the reason. Could be they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Any luck, Malgazar? What tales do the Gleaners have to tell you? So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. You were right, the form is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. Oh, I can teleport to the Labyrinthos from Sharlayan. We would do well to learn more of what specifically the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, Malgazar, I have an idea. Okay, get down to her level. Didn't one of the Gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Perhaps if you were to help capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. In the meantime, I will turn my charms upon this Gleaner here. We can compare notes afterwards. Happy hunting. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. My name is Aaronville, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagyan marmots is a trial I have no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in the sack. Gently, of course. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. Search for grizzled mice and defeat any enemies that appear. Okay. Found some up there. What is that? A troll. Just a troll. Oh, nothing. Chirp squeak. Barely have you ready to stack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Right, where's the purple circle? There it is. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. Where's the nearest one? Isn't it over there somewhere? It's going to be up there, but I'm going to check over here because I think there is a... Yep. Somewhere over here. Oh, where is it? I hear it. Sounds like it's on the inside. Great. Door won't open. Right up there. Dumb. Cool. Pros. Yeah, they have scales for legs. Scales on their legs, sorry. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. These guys are guarding that thing pretty hard. Fight me. Saw that coming. Let's go all out. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. There's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in the isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing you were able to capture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will we do with the marmots now? That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos after all, and this job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those are the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. There you are, Malgazer. This is the gleaner you mentioned, one who's looking for lost marmots. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I'm Kryle, the students of Baldesian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyway, duty calls. Other animals and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry I couldn't offer you more of our services. Something like that. That doesn't sound right. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners had not been informed of its purpose. I'd say that fits with everything we've ever heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaners Guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telafroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, I am inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Altogether, it gives a distinct impression that this undertaking was a sudden and unexpected development. And yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in such a brief window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put this into effect. And the Telafroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let's not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Ryle, what's wrong? I'm fine. Truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We follow the path east through the forest where you were chasing after the mouse. Or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. Back to running around. Later, troll. Un momento. Can I get it from over here? Yeah, buddy. Behold the Archeon. Numenon serves as Charlemagne's literary archive, so does this structure house the wall's wealth of material data. The architecture too is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved in the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlemagne's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. Hello. Greetings. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldesion, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we'd better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priorities begin over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late. We're so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Baldesion. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I would like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Let's jump! 'Tis likely that the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they may allow us to accompany them on the rift. Well, the lift. Let us ask around. Really, someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Any blue quests show up? Nope. Alright, let's try to find things to people. There's one. Amused student. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There was no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal, squeal. Honest little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What's in there? There we go. Stone weary worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. It's the same dude. Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. Some help? You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and it's a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with a sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so I'll lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. It's the only one saying caw, so you have sedated the wrong bird. Where's coo? That says caw caw. Walk. What does this one say? They both say caw. Well, it's gotta be one of those two then. 50-50 chance. Hit the right bird. Target failed. Voice acting.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
They're moving them elsewhere.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
That's where Moonbreeda's parents are, probably.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans.
You mean you only glean a bit?
That our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Put us in crates.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
How convenient you didn't know about that. We could have been there already.
Quite welcome. But consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Get some nods in. Music is strange. That one says southwest. Let's go check it over here. Maybe down in the next level, but... This said maybe one of those ones that's a pain to get all the aether currents in because they're just all over the place. And there's several levels. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures home here by the researchers, do you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and rechecked their gear, then I say we move on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. Now, there's one in here somewhere. Mithril cap. Boom. There's got to be an aether current in here. Probably in this little area right there. Yep. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us unto the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they kept a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's if Aaronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we can see. Stray tomato, stray egg. What? I'm going to go check over here for another aether current before I do anything. It says it's to the north. There it is. Got it. Trade garlic. I want to see some tame garlic. Pretty fancy pillars for a farm. The grapes. I heard about those grapes. The pumpkins aren't much better. Now I know where we are. This is Merrill Agronomics. Or Marial Agronomics. Marial, probably. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Foods so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they may taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It's possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? We're asking a lot of questions. The forum's going to hear about this. Let's see what you can concoct from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Oh, it's raining inside. Go giant sprinklers. Kicked me through a wall. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us feeling orderless a mile long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. The answer is so obvious. Unless that's going to be another twist. It's like, nope, it's not going to be an exodus. Giant ship going somewhere. Arid harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale, and the very place upon which the Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amanus. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as the researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It has since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. These are native to your homeland, Graha. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry, and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence a stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling that lot up the slope was a job and a half. Especially since there's a stray tomato over there. I'm gonna punch ya. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents, bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports. You just saw the shiny flowers.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true.
They're like the same voice actor that did Ardbert.
This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change color. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy. Dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
Garlemald.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Did that really warrant voice acting? Of all things he could have voice acted. Maybe that's why, because these guys are going to voice act, so they had to do him too. I'm a Toya's theme.
Have you learned aught of interest?
These flowers are shiny.
A flower that reacts to one's feelings. Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the arcade? Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member, or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
If only Thancred was here. He's good at this kind of stuff.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Exactly. Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him. Almost. I can almost reach you.
He's talking to Heidelin too. Not like me though, because I am the best. Is Kryla still feeling unwell? Never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let her quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Be a lot faster if you guys just jump down. I'm gonna skip by these guys real quick. Well, it's probably gonna take me over here anyway, but that's fine. Well, that's 4. Can I get to the other one? Nope. Is it always raining in here? It certainly feels like it. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, the colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness. Unaccustomed to transfiguration, worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with their Erenville. Did you feel the magic's fading? Return to me, and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'll be likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn of anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Changes to a toad, you must remain transfigured. Move too far away. Look to your map for the area of effect. Speak with your Stola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Yeah. Rivet, rivet, rivet. Alpha Toad and Aloe Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companions behind by blah blah blah, the same stuff. We have a little bit of defense with us. We have this Magitech Predator. Alright, where is our destination? All the way over there. I think at least made it a little bit challenging. Opposed to just going in a straight line, essentially. Ah. Little ears falling off. I'll deal with that later. Actually, I'll probably pause whatever they say just to fix it.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
He knows what kind of frogs are supposed to be here.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlene has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing by pressing them any further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krau for the moment, see what they think of this. Yeah, buddy. I got the 5. That's probably all I'm going to get before they get access to the rest of the zone. Might as well grab this while we're here. And now there's a blue quest. Didn't even see it. Yeah. I wasn't jumping, I was falling. Get it right. Welcome back. I trust you found Erinville then. Where's Kryle? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return there and rest. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near the flowers as she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas. That's in case she decided to wander. Let's go get that blue quest first. Yeah, buddy. Can you stop pausing and just let me just talk through you? There's no other blue quests. The other one at least had 2. Maybe talking to Kryle will have another one unlocked there or whatever. Whatever. Surveying. Give everyone some nausea there. Wow, this is taking me quite a ways away. I'm going to avoid getting in a fight with you, but that's fine. I really like this battle music. It's kind of nice. I thought this was the extra shiny AoEs were only when I was fighting Sin Eaters. Should have done Kryle first, because now I have to go all the way back through those caves. Whatever. Jeez, going all over the place for this one. What happened to those ones where I could just click a couple things and get it? Hunt. Boom. Now let's see if there's a way down without having to go all the way around. I doubt it though. Otherwise, it wouldn't have me go through all the caves in the first place. You know what? Not waste our time trying to jump down. I don't think the place I could think of would be like over here. Aw, ballistic burr. I saw a less than 82 paladin running around here because he just did a regular Sheltron. At least the music's nice. Nice and calming. I call it sleepy time music. Said to check for her up near those flowers, right? Okay.
For you, the spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Ominous.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you.
Huh?
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment.
You didn't need a person before. Now you do?
Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Immediate explanation to my question.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play.
to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress. You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Uh-oh, they're getting kicked out. Oh. Hey, Dad.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
Which is?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
He's an Archon.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
You better say awaits. That's what it said in your line. Interesting how the tables are like in a spiral.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
You got something. All right.
The forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Yeah, like where's your hat? Come on, Fortuno.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
Told her.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
I guess not everyone has hats. Never mind. I thought everyone did.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the forum's policymaking process.
Is this the best place to discuss it?
Understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
What do they find?
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh so important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
It's almost Darth Vadering over here.
Yes, we are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno. I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, hmm? By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Is that all you have to say? Whatever, Barney.
Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Who gets to count the hands? There's 99 of them. There's a magical tally. I see a lot of people not putting their hand up.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
I think some of the Forum members would be like, all right, oh, we'll tell you what's going on. Especially the ones that kept their hands down. Come on. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of the substance here in Sharlian. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphino, Alize, it is you. Uh-oh, who is it? Is there Mom? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Yep, Mother. She may have something for us. Hello. I'm Alliance Levier, at your service. And you find people must be the signs of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuneau are not on the best of terms at the moment. But I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you're ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Malcazar, what do you think? Malcazar, the Malcazar Earthbiter? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Okay. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Malcazar, if you be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her an opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Malcazar? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine, if we're going, then let's get this over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room is always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they're to keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, God, never mind. Levier Estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Pew pew pew. Let's get you guys nice and sweaty before going into your own house. When Elze and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alphino and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. He thought you was gonna fall. And here you are at last. Please do come in. We get some voice acting. That would be nice.
Welcome home, my lady. What? What are you gawping at?
That's Levier and Halt's grandeur. Slight headquarters must be squalid indeed. Just admiring their craftsmanship. Must be squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you would accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
What are your gifts going to be? New clothes? You've been wearing these since, you know, Heaven's Word. You did have other ones in the first, though.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
I am the best.
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
Tell her everything. New clothes.
Gifts. I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
How'd you know my size?
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
Practical? Okay.
I'm so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you would allow me, Master Alphino.
We're gonna redo your hair. What a... Got wings?
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Oh, that's the new class, the Sage.
Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Wink. Give him a kiss.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
Oh, you're not going to give Alize a new weapon?
Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
You're crazy.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
He will stay warm as you give your daughter shorts. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us. These gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Oh, can I go by myself now? I don't have to run around with you guys following me. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once we've heard your report from Thavner, we'll be well equipped to plot our next move. Bum, 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 bum. I got a couple things. Divine Magic Mastery. What does that do? Great. Adds a healing effect to Holy Spirit and Holy Circle. Nice. The cure potency is the same no matter what. Still pretty sweet. Okay. Increases the potency of Fast Blade to 200. Nice. Riot Blade to 170. Holy Spirit to 270. Holy Spirit. Oh, this thing right here. Derp. So now this is only worth it if there's more than three or more enemies. This is still better for 2 or less. Okay. And Atonement to 420. Nice. Okay. The Dark of the Tower. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thafnir has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thafnir.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emolja. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Afrit.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise. A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
Except they'd probably fall.
So we can hope, and I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primates will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Cryo, Yostola, and myself. The remaining scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Arcosodra by a considerable margin.
What about Valze? She knows a healing spell or two.
That she does. But I think Alize herself would assert that she's at her best when she's charging onto the breach. And from what I recall from the Grand Cosmos, there's a spring in her step when she fights by your side.
Ye gods, will you never let me hear the end of that? Rest assured that I will do what is asked of me, regardless of who I happen to be standing next to at any given time. It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
A military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental etherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Sorry, everybody. Actually, I think at this point, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Probably for the day. And next time we'll pick up right where we left off, going to the Tower of Zot. Thank you everybody for watching.